Chronicles coming up. Need to refill this water too. Alright, so autosave. Okay, so this will make it harder to do something else then. Dun, 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 dun. That time the next line of dialogue is displayed on the story mode. I'll leave it at 1. Enable story mode in place of autoplay. Turn this on and enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. Answer the questions, presentations of evidence are all handled on your behalf. So there's an easy mode. Hell no. Some accolades will not be available to use story mode, so no. So there's autoplay. Maybe we're disable with skipping out of unread text in the main game. We'll say yes. We'll say yes. Special content. Oh, so they actually have it in game, and they made trophies. So wait, 30? It's 12, 18, 24, 30. Okay. Short extra stories. We're gonna do the story first. We're not gonna do any of that until it makes sense. We don't know any of these people or any of this shit yet. Ace Attorney Adventures. The Great Ace Attorney Resolve. Attorney 2, Resolve. So I guess this is London and this is Japan. Ooh, nice.
The Empire of Japan.
Oh, the first one's Japan.
A push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Bang. Nobody saw or heard the gun.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
How could you? You killed no-name person. Great Adventure. The Great Departure. Episode 1. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of the Judiciary. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Oh, we can actually turn on. Oh, I guess the first one's the autosave. Okay. Wow, this is slow. I still can't believe it. I can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Generic guy. Bailiff. What? Oh, no, nothing. Savior glares murderer. True. Sorry. Glare. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhoda. Second-year student at Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, somehow I found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, waiting my trial. Oh, wait. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to your such abuse, officer. I like the headband. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'm defending him today. Ah, so that's our Phoenix. Lawyer? Yes, until the judge has given his verdict on this case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. I carry a sword. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I seem to know better than you in the court an officer should behave. Right, Ryonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I meant to drag you into this. Ah, Kazuma Kiryu. Ha 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 ha. There you go again, apologizing. It's just like always. But I must say, you've been all over the newspaper the last few days. You're a university professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryosuke. Ryonosuke. Ryonosuke. Kazuma Asagi. My best friend. He's also second year Yume University. He's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. Not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyways. Really? Normally we just find him guilty and behead people, right? Is that what happens? The very concept of lawyers is new in Japan. The qualifications don't mean much yet. He said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all of this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're gonna get study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites will acknowledge my academic achievements and successes. So you representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Sophisticated, huh? Really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the universe who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. It's called a headband. I want to bring you about in our own legal system. That's why I crossed the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. That's the next adventure. Then come with me. We have a wild time tearing up the streets in Her Majesty's City of London together. I'm doing that in Assassin's Creed right now. If only there was that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. First mistake. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to miss a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It fades away from existence. Straight after that, that's when it happened. Asagi, may I have a word? Parents? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case is of personal significance to me. But never mind now, Asagi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Why? To His Excellence's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You're advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. A name woman. Alright there, Ryonosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. This is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryonosuke Naruhoda, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Toba. I'm the professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Forensic medicine? Ah, Professor Mikotaba. Heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree that Kazuma's studying abroad. Sagi told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Angrily. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you have no doubt heard, Asagi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if she failed to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that the permission will be revoked. Never granted again. What? What? Nani? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. Fina Asagi may have chosen not to tell you. It has vibration too. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. You don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration had to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even if the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then why should I do? Well, actually, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that would lead to a conviction. Right, so? As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. So that's our first thing. We're going to say no. I do? But what did the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our superstitious discussions to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kawasaki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. What? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? You going to be found guilty for failing to appear? Is the judge there yet? No. Then we have time. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyways. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Cosmo's dream of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. So, with this absolutely no idea what I lay ahead, I embark on that unforgettable trial. One only chance to prove my innocence. The trial will be decided my destiny. Second November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of the Judiciary. Courtroom number 2. I must say, I do. So let's not say it. So this is a courtroom. And there's nobody here. The Supreme Court of Judiciary. No court in the land has more power. And you're all in basically a kill box in the center. So much like the look of the people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. So that's why important people are here. Secret trial. Trial is closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate. Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, hell no. It's the same fucking guy.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Just that wimpy ass little fucker. Ouchie. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor. Your Excellency. As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is a point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Normal procedure is for defense advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in his trial?
This is it. Must be the question. You gonna defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then if I say I do... Answer quickly. What should I do? Fuck it. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. Then side of the defendant, it will be clear to advocate for his defense. Now.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
Yes, I would like to be informed the court that I will be defending myself.
You'll be what?
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Personally, told me that about everything just now before the trial. The what? So your dreams were starting to probably be dashed if I were to lose. If we were to lose. How sad. Means you didn't have faith in me. Think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I wouldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Exactly why I decided not to tell you. Yes. Mr. Mikobayashi shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
well. Does the accuser admit defeat already and renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel douchebag. Merely show the defendant's innocence is so apparent that he's confident he can speak for himself. So that's all Naruhodo-san. Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. You realize that you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered. Well, for the mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I haven't read the material yet.
As you no doubt are aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judiciary of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present, especially me. I can't drink on the job. So I made myself clear, defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Is it therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken?
Time to fuck up all the questions. My competence? What does it mean? Questioning your ability to do the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with very simplistic questions.
Yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim of the case.
Oh, that's the easy one. I've heard his name a couple times more than I care to remember. But wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. What other information in this case can be found in the court record? But I can't even find that. It's simple, you can access the court record with the R1. So you've forgotten something, you just consult it and it's all there. You have to press R1 for the court record? Alright. No time to lose. This is the list of evidence you collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on my collar uniform jacket. Here you find details about the victim. When you're done, you could just press circle to go back. Kazuma Asagi, 23, University student at the Imperial Yume University. Best friend, and despite being a university student, qualified defense lawyer. Yuji Mokotoba, 42. Medical professor at the Imperial Yume University. Its authority on forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. A puny-ass fucking lawyer. Takeshushi Auchi. Lead prosecutor in this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes to the cultural reform it brought about. John H. Wilson. A gringo. The victim in this case, he is visiting a professor of medicine of Yume University of the British Empire. So anyway, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot through the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Male. Time of death, shortly after 2. Fired at close range, phenomenon from the pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Victim of the people section in the courtroom record. And press triangle to see present. Try it now.
Yes!
My friend is the victim. The victim was none other than Kazuma Asagi. Oh wait. Then why is that pompous looking boy with the billowing headband still standing next to you? Oops. Oops doesn't do it justice. Doesn't do that justice. Not comment. No content with that. No content with having killed Dr. Wilson. Now you're claiming my murder. I haven't killed anyone. Now concentrate. I should get a court record before you answer. I must say, you are not instilling this court with much confidence here. Quickly, give him the correct answer before he turns his gravel on you. Victim appeal session, present. Try now. The prosecutor. The victim is none other than Takeshi Auchi. Then who's the uptight bespectacled top knot standing opposite? Who's a bespectacled top knot? Sorry. For some reason that just came out even though I know this is wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I am the master of perhaps you're unaware I'm the master of ancient no-style sword art. Who fucking cares? Pathetic little child like you should be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. What broke that proud elder spirit? I might draw his blade to you. The corpus armor is supposed to be done with words. What?
I must say, you're not instilling much confidence here.
Quickly. Professor.
Yes!
Victim's name is... Stop. You're just gonna say a random name that came across the court record, aren't you? How did you guess? It's blatantly obvious. From your wide look of bewilderment.
I must say, you're not instilling the court much confidence here.
Alright. The beginning, you could always do that shit.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Woolston. Well, at least you can remember the name of the esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was visiting from a professor from England invited to Yuma University 3 years ago.
Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such a profound implications.
Why?
The British Empire. It will go to war with us over the death of a professor. Is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together, after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. What? What? And yet, despite this delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. And you two are undergraduates at the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor at the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it.
The case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes the speedy resolution of this matter.
Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymaker. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why it trials on these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, your government needs the convictions someone as quickly as possible. Well, because his victim was an Englishman. A random as fuck Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think we'll enjoy the place a little bit longer. Great idea. It's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Hey, remember, this is day 1 of 14 for the Humane Society campaign. Stream for all animals to the rescue. So if you want to donate and help, just click !humane or H donate. !H donate, one of the two. And it'll take you to my Tiltify page, and I will be matching any donations during this campaign also. Of course, Extra Life is still available, so you can still donate with them. See you English class tomorrow, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Oh, wait. That's an Englishman. I've seen that man in the university. Oh. Sure, he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. Should go and say hello. And that's when he picked up the gun and shot and killed him. And you purchased at the school bookstore, right? So I went over to the professor's table. Hi. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Mr. Dr. Wilson.
Now then, I pose the next question to your defendant, Naruhodo.
Good, more shit to fuck up. Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life?
Suicide, right? He committed Sudoku.
State before the court the cause of death.
Cause of death, well, obviously that was, Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up with evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence to show the professor's time of death. And select present. My university pin.
Yes.
The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is of course this.
And on what basis do you present this evidence?
Well, because it was in the court records, of course. That's basically a Phoenix Wright answer. Because it was there. Slow down. Why'd you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, you say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be mystery as to your cause of death. Actually, it sounds and looks deadly serious. Piece of evidence that shows the professor's death. Present.
Yes.
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile.
Yep, learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. Post-mortem report. In the West, the doctors, the said corpses identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. That's it? Wow. That is sad. The police hold all the power then. Oh? I see. As long as I'm not going to be testing any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print from the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we assume the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, Consul. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record.
Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. During the victim, he was shot from the front and the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Something I've never seen before. You have never in your life fucking seen a photo
It's clearly superior to a drawing, yet detail is incredible. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. After great dissatisfaction with all the wrong answers. Let us start the trial. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls the first witness who was at the scene of the crime when it first happened. This is it then. Oh, I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotaba? Yes, clearly you are the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. Just as you have been right now. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazumasaki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Well, he has really been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me will be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control your cold sweats. If only I could rein in that. If only you rein in that crazy hairband and control that cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter of the Western-style restaurant called the Carte Nevada. Ahem. Wow. Oh, what? He just coughed up blood. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, blood. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. You should get that looked at, buddy. Well, it really, really should. And so everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some time ago. They probably call it the Gaijin Quarter. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels that accommodate overseas guests. Crime occurred in one of their so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Osunaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything that you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty injection for the aspiring lawyer boy, please. perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory too. There was hardly anyone else in that place. Let me wash my hands quickly then. And while we're at it, I'll actually make my first donation to the Humane Society. Before I forget. Pick my pole and there we go. should arrive in just a moment. There it goes. Puppy. Puppies. This is what my memory is. There was hardly anyone else there in the first place. I have. He keeps that suspicious cough. Print that shows the victim he was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. Ah. You need a magnifying glass. And we're not bound by that bottom right side of the corner. Anything that looks suspicious. His nose is very suspicious. So two rules on Naga. 29. The waiter at the European-style restaurant La Carnival was serving on the day of the incident. Now I was in the kitchen and putting away crockery and cutlery. What a crock. Bang. No biting. No. Gunshot rang out, so I hurried into the dining area to find out what exactly happened. Followed the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing up immediately beside him with a gun in hand was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes? Hold on. Let me clarify something here. I picked up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report on what he saw. You amateur. But next time you interrupt in an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Nuruhara. Yep, penalties are coming. Don't worry, Inosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. I may confirm 1 point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was a gun with a gun in hand was the same man you see here in court today. So much blood. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? So he killed himself. He sudoku'd himself. No, there was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Oh wait, what did you just say? There's no one else around the table? He noticed something. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. That woman was there. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's just something a waiter could have missed. If I'd been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We'll interject because we can, just to see what happens. Fuck it.
Yes!
Yes. Just a moment, please. Wilson wasn't alone that day. Sure of it. There was a lady sitting behind him at the same table. Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? Your blatant disregard of court's proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. To be the accused, this mere student is not a real lawyer after all? Well, I never claimed to be a lawyer. but I'm sure of what I saw. Asanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy. No. These gentlemen came to dine alone. I don't believe it. More blood. Actually, I have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look at it, if you like. Let's see. Sketch of this damage layout drawn by yourself.
Oh, let's see. A sketch of the establishment laid out drawn by yourself, I assume.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. What's on the front, though? You see, however, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Well, you clearly are very conscientious, waiter.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course, here you are. What was that about? Be calm and collected until now. So he certainly seems to have shaken him up. Wait, his business card has been entered into the court record. Business card and a sketch of the restaurant's layout. Alright, let's look at the business card side. So, the court has now heard the precedes of the case. We can't look at the back? First thing I would do is flip the business card and see what's on the other side.
Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, there's only one person in close proximity to the victim. Was the defendant on trial today. You see, we're looking at black and white clays here. Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. Fucking murderer.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in your terms for your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness to the court to explain the details of the case to the court. Unsworn witness? What? So he just made this shit up? But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence of sworn witnesses who are present at the scene of the crime. So why wasn't this one sworn? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Well, you saying you didn't? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual and all these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I've announced it, I believe you are innocent. I trust you, and yet despite knowing that, You're willing to now throw it all back just in my face. Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. Then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that the innocence by whatever means necessary. Just gonna abandon that duty? You're just gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. I mean, what? The prosecution stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. You'll see how citless that evidence really is. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with the proceedings. Don't we get to cross-examine? Tisk. Well, you were warned. Young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint. But I can be a devil when I want to be. In the sheets. I'll bend you over yourself. A few short moments from now, the dumbstruck look you from a mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Pushing on this next witness. We can't even cross-examine?
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. All of them, at the same time.
2 more people. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Generalissimo. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, Nosa, reporting for duty. Sir. Myself, I find employed in a purveyor of the fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. I conduct my trade from the Rusute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Kurekuta, at your services.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. An antique dealer and a soldier walk into a bar.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question. Must be the diners of the other tables the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take a tea from the most exquisite aroma of the establishment in question. It's past noon. And not so frequently I would converse with interested parties regarding curiosities which will make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. It's like the South Park episode. Man, it's from 3 years in the past. I can't understand a thing he says. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he was regular like Carnival. Some potential customers who have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He also targets like Carnival because of a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Told to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, both witnesses are precise of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. That I mean it was seen attacking a foreigner who can only described as an attack of war, sir. Now, it was that black uniform rogue infantryman and then unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's an impossible to understand in the But I'm almost summer I heard that strange noise during that thing. Last thing he said. The decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment in which you shot the victim. Really now. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Yep, from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred.
Yes, sir. Standing ready to report, sir. That sounds like a baby. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. I guess this would get the kind of what the witnesses saw. I was ingesting regular beef steak from the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with an old man. Myself? Extorting the virtues of a particular fine golden curio for the military gentleman.
The precise moment, firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform was visibly cut that. Varsity cut that. The black uniform, varsity. Ah, varsity, huh? Fired at the Englishman, civilian, and from the back, cowardly little weasel. Okay. From the back, huh? Already, we have a contradiction we can disprove. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconding precious curio. So he literally did not see shit. Wow. Oh, so you, Sergeant Osa, actually witnessed a vital moment. Saw the split second from the defendant fired a weapon on the victim.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. The wicked university students are a cruel and unforgivable enemy. You just pull out a knife. In the courtroom? What times we live in, where the English gentleman may be assailed in broad daylight. This is ridiculous, I shouldn't know. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun and I saw it lying on the floor. And that's it. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat down and drank some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed the English-made guns to the chair and to the gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. That was perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down and just as I picked it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. So somewhere were in these two witnesses' testimonies a clue as to what the criminal was. There is? Yosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. We should have did that in the first one. Cross-examine? Do it now. As I've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. And to bring despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony in this court is heard that eliminates any vague vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial.
Yes. Shut up.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Why do you keep saying yes?
I mean, I am the defense demands the right to cross-examination. What? How dare you not accept the verdict? Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. Hey, Hachi Makami headband on your boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh. How did he know? The prosecution objects. It's clearly a waste of time. Fuck testimony. We only have our testimony to care for. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? How indeed, right?
Objection!
The defense asserting his right to cross-examine. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp? Damn it. I couldn't intimidate a child. What's wrong with me? Kazuma is so commanding.
Very well. You're not gonna take this verdict lying down like you're supposed to. I have to do it. The defense conducts cross-examination of the witness.
We should have done that in the first one. Right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in the cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but just a case of proving it. The key of doing it is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some evidence, decisive evidence, and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let him beat you. Splat. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. We get 5 ticks. Conversation ingesting the regulation beef steak of it. Well, you already know. I did not shoot him in the back. It was ingestion of regulation beefsteak. The restaurant was having a technical discussion with the old man.
Yes.
What? Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is it some new interrogation technique? That was just hilarious. I actually hadn't thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, the beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? What? Beef steak is this delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals for honor, beef steak would be the almighty highly decorated as a cutlet. Ooh. A depot. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Why are you raising your hand? It's cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? T-sham! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in the breadcrumbs and fried and deep fried over cooking oil, like chicken cutlet curry. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and you'll be released from prison. Try it. Yeah, yes, sir. On a double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to the questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. My best. Next question. Is that just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Yep, we do. Negative. We just heard it right now, too. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what kind of questions to ask. Prime presser. Having successfully pressed a witness during the first combination of the Great Matches of 1 and 2. Stuff I extol the virtues of particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? A day prior to the incident, treasure of the exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to a restaurant the following day with the item secretly in my bosom pocket. Help of an affluent cognoscite, I praise that its indisputable value being present. So you were hoping to sell your koban coin. Sergeant Osa, you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you were going with this, boy. You're about to assert that the penniless soldier who had no hope of purchasing a koban coin. A penniless soldier who had no hope of... Is that so? Well... You little upstart cadet. When I was respecting a superior officer to your latest crimes, huh? Do you? You're not my officer. He's not in the military. Blatant subordination. Subordination, not insubordination. Subordination. Oh no, I didn't say anything. Well, penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond the midday luncheon. There remained the precious few present, for whom I could engage in the course of matters of business. The gentleman beside me who was grappling with his braves the other time was my sole prospect. I see. And here we go. To this moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. It has the same stuff, like comedic things when you present and impress people.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative! I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman trained to the barrel of a gun next to the English civilian. That's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me it must have been after you heard the gunshot you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment the killer fired the gun. ... Ah! Double R! A sixth sense. Sorry? A sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves from the murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... Split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Don't you think I got ordered today in the army of sense danger in the air, son? Again, we keep hearing that crying. Well? It would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. Oh, this is not good. The black uniform master carried each man from the back, that cowardly little weasel. Yep, and that's the lie. But we want to keep pressing though, just to see everything else. There's 4 out of 5 segments. So my hands and knees investigating whereabouts the mysterious episodic precious curio. On your hands and knees, could you explain that, please? That's right, burning the arthritis I was, in order to retrieve the lost piece. The lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The Kusa-Hoya-era Koban coin. He just slammed his antique. I have been showing the rarer treasures of the military man as he masticated his food. I averted my eyes for the briefest of moments, and it was no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? No, the food. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And it didn't happen. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than that. Though it was no concern of mine. Frantically searching the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Either. Indeed. Myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryosuke. You know the lies lie somewhere in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that the question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you collected. Examine the precise moment that the witness is giving testimony and pressing R1. For each witness statement, then details about the piece of evidence and comparative facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find the truth doesn't add up to words. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. It's called a contradiction. When you find a statement of a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with a triangle and rip that witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert the contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you tell too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence of the court record. Find inconsistency in the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. Hear the witness statements over as many times as you like. So keep your head and measure your attack. Good luck, partner. There we go. First, we're going to press it, and then we're going to expose it. Back with your uniform, cadet. Fire the English gentleman. And from the back, that cowardly little weasel.
Yes.
So this black uniform is a cadet. You're saying that was... Ah! I've had about enough of your sauce, cadet. Do you see anyone else here in a black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little weasel. You'll know the firearm into that man. All the bullets. And from his back. Call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me. Well, isn't Rinosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that Sergeant said that I can't put my finger on it. It's something playing in my mind. Hint, hint. Next the case, check back over the details of the evidence you gathered in the court record. Find inconsistency there was in a witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Trust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Literally, make him eat the evidence. Our first objection. In the chest.
Yes.
Bitch. That blank stare in his eyes. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. Dot dot dot. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? Dusting a wad of papers in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. It's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk, what nonsense. What can the document pocket tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously. That, it's on page 2, just make sure. I know what I want to say, but the words just don't come out of my mouth. I think this proved beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. And it just looks like the meek lawyer from the first one, doesn't it? There's no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. It's so frustrating. Yeah, it's the first one that's barely into Japan. I thought it was a British one first. Oh, please. Surely it doesn't require an explanation. Could it be more plain? Spell it out for you. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? Apparent from a single glance at this post-mortem report presented by the defense, there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's testimony. What? Nani? Sergeant, yes, no, sir. Yes, sir. What, sir? Statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired at the Englishman in from the back of the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a card from my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes.
But no, that can't be. That can't just be. And why not, cadet? Because, read the report. Because it is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhaging from pectoral ballistic trauma. Next one, bullet did not pass to the body. Pectoral. Photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. So I could have probably presented both. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, culprit shot the victim from behind. And there's obviously a discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that? Ah, there it is. He has a baby on his back. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back and he pushed it down again.
Certainly. There's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa?
Yes, sir. At this junction, that would appear to be indisputable. Till the moment There's the baby. Till the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were occupied. Firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony of the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Iasinosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we draw from this is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Amateur. Curve. Yeah. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Inconsistency. See here. Cross-examined and presented evidence in the first one of the two games. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Rabble, rabble, rabble. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. Maybe he's asleep now. Then you look at that right there. He pointed the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Shut up. But I never fired the gun. That was picked up from the floor.
And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the victim's shot either.
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed. Prize Koban error. Did you check the baby? Hunting around until under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoi treasure. The child took it. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? The child took it. No, the baby has it. I see. The lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. The baby has it. No doubt it was some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed this prize coin for himself. Look at the sergeant. ...
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands swift and decisive resolution. Government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. No phone call? Nevertheless, the witness testimony in this court has just heard is inconclusive. My house of verse of your government feels it must be to the British. Be unforgivable to deliver a verdict in this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Archie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. Defendant may have fled a tiger from the front gate, but you will not find the wolf in the back. Huh? What is the further testimony to make?
Explain.
Upon hearing the next statements, it'll become abundantly clear. There was only one person that could have possibly committed the despicable crime. Equally despicable defendant, Rinosuke Nakohara. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. They're lying fucking asses. We will thoroughly examine the reasoning behind this prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? It's clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. One, sir. Waiting to signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. Same member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Ado. It would seem the straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ado. Tinso. Father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. That's so fucking cute. Unknown number called me 5 times within 1 minute. A true culprit. Even if Saw wasn't the precise moment of firing the discharge, it's almost the same thing. And then, like, it would almost matter. Right? Let me take care of this while we're doing this. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreman, that he was a young lad in black. I didn't see that much myself. Yeah, I missed my chance to do this. This will just take a moment. Need to gather some resources. Furthermore, visual search in the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. I've already insisted there was a woman there, so... Indeed. He was in the... alone he was, Englishman. Standing all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched that Englishman. Over and out. There's short and sweet testimony.
Yes!
Wait, that's... nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There's a woman, a young woman at the table. Must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak when accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Or your fantasy of your guilty verdict. Is it evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident? Prosecution has photograph evidence of this, in fact. Is this a photographic print of the crime scene console?
Indeed. The table which the victim was dining, the investigator taken by the investigator immediately after the incident. It's going to be plain, you see. There's only place set for one.
Surely, based on the appearance of his print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
Doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. $145. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Sorry, 265, you're going. Alright, and we're done with this. I should put my watch to charge. It's not possible no one else saw the woman. Not later to that, I want you to install it now. $7.6.1. Later before it said the same thing. Maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. It's okay, I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we were able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. Witness's testimony we just heard leave no room for doubt. They're obviously not lying.
These are very sensitive political times, as we know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. Good thing that I, Takeshi Aichi, will contribute to amity among the two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? Judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you're saying is true, then there's something going on behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth. In your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma. Vance is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood?
Tisk. Rules can be so unbending at times. Cross-examination. True culprit. Even if what I saw was in the precise moment of the firearm discharge, it's almost the same thing. Right? It's almost a guilty verdict. Let me put this to charge so we can do this installation.
Yes!
Oh, no, it's not the same thing at all. We're gonna start. I didn't fire the gun. You have a difference of opinion than that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? Yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So you say. So there you have it. Have what? Tea Sham? Sound of a firearm rang in my ears. That very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all. Don't you? Let's not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Really? Is that so? Correct, Kuto-san. He literally said he did not see. He did not care to see. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man he was, the young lad in black, how much I did see myself. You just said you didn't care to see it.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point at the time. But I already told you. Well, because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously as a culprit, the only way you could explain it anyway. Explain it away. Just finished drinking my coffee and was about to go leave the restaurant when... There was the gun on the floor at Mr. Whistle's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment... Bang. Gunshot rang from my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the cobalt from the floor and find it in myself an equally testing predicament as well. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. You just said you didn't see me. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. The Gaijin. Just call him the Gaijin. Furthermore, visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel in the prison.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone at Dr. Wilson's table. There's a lady there. As you have been playing to point out the time and time again, I'm feeling the growing my callus in my ears. And yet, no one else appears to have caught the glimpse of this woman. Only a bit more people in the dining area at the time. Someone else would have noticed her. Well, she was already past 2 PM when it happened. Quiet time eating lunch and dinner at the restaurant. Of course, the place was almost empty, that's what you expect.
Certainly, 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. Wonder if there was any reason why the victim was eating at this time of day. Why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was, apparently? It was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. A report card? Medical. It was seen to make them an appointment with the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Oh, Hota Clinic. Yes, there indeed appeared at the entry for a date in question.
Hota Clinic, not Hoti.
19 November, noon to past 1 PM.
The very day of the incident. So the victim was a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation could not be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, but as it had no bearing in the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for the report card? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witnesses' testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival in the restaurant are no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request from us for a submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defendant's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a almost disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
The report card of the Hota Clinic was found in the victim's pocket. You right now has new clues. We have to explore all things, even from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. And a report card found in the victim's pocket. Nothing I can literally do with it. I wonder if there's something we could find. That one looks marked, doesn't it? Yeah, that one's marked. Yeah, a wine bottle, but they. It was not completely empty. Right. I hear you. Oh, you can conspire to prolong the trial as long as you like, but the day of the festivals are over for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that the witnesses' testimony are no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate the accused Koreda Kudasan. Alone, indeed he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw with you in your own two eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Look, this one's the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on one thing. At that point, isn't that interesting? Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have here to support the statement as well. You can clearly see there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Oh. Thief dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? Perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one under the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
So why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? Do you remember? The woman was sitting across the table from the professor. That's one you might not have noticed. One of you might notice, but both of you failed to see the professor's dining companion. It's not possible. You're shaking.
Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhoda, it's not just a case of the two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone.
That's right. We didn't cross-examine him. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But there was such a woman present at the scene. If there was such a woman present, the prosecution demands to see proof. And no such proof exists. The prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's blatant waste of the court's time. Nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryonosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Oh yes, but it don't feel like it changes much. I don't see why that can bring any. I don't see any real that can bring real discrepancies to light. It wouldn't be so sure. Let's see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? You haven't examined it, right? It's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Unless some piece that bears a magnifying glass, those can be examined. Take a closer look at the question. Use up, down, left, and right. To rotate the evidence in all directions, to examine it from all angles. Ah, perfect. Using left, you can move the magnifying. Now we can do this. You move the crosshairs to the hunt for clues that may have missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press X to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a close look at this report card. If there's anything new you can learn in detail. Alright, let's see what I can do. Needs to use the directions and X to inspect. This stamp. Mr. Johnson, hold a clinic. It says hold a clinic on this report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. I remember? Even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection on my right arm. Brr, I never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people will get their right arm, though I have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic. This is the clinic where they treated people for illness like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. A stamp. What does it say back here? Date and record. Looks like this medical report card was first issued twice some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why the family doctor, I imagine. Can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. If you were dead, you'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? Make you drink this horrible tasty medicine and give you painful injections? They demand lots of money for the privilege. Even when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. Bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which there's health curiosity. Having thoroughly examined the medical report card inside and out, I haven't finished examining it yet. We still haven't opened it yet. We examined the outside, not the inside. Matt gets stubbornness from us, which only cures for bitter medicine indeed. Open it. Now we've examined it, all of it. All these dates. Let's have a look. Some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. So he wasn't the one eating, was he? He probably wasn't eating then. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so just before the incident. He had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern medicine in the West for pain relief. Heard it's anesthesia. So it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. Until anesthesia effects have passed. Really? It's information to bear in mind. Has been updated. That the work done on the day of the dental treatment prohibited from eating and drinking food. So that's why there was only one. That's the information. You need one particular statement totally changes. It's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. This plan in the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show up relative position of everything in the following moments of the incident. There's something to show the woman you say you saw there. Except that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use these complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not when you're in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, do you? Don't you? Study harder, Rinosuke. Okay, so all this was one side. Entrance, kitchen. How about the front? Chief Inspector Satoru Honosaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. That does not sound like this is the card from the fucking waiter. Well, this is unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see what it says the witness's name here? Satoru Honosaga. Yes, but the big card didn't show the person's name, that sort of thing. But it's not the name that's unexpected, it's its job title. Jabo. Chief Inspector Satoru Honosaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Best Inspector, what on earth? No idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're willing some of it here. Wait, a business card updated. Sketch of the restaurant layout on the back. On the front it says that Honosaga-san is a police inspector. That is certainly interesting. But in this one, it shows him sitting next to it. Alright, so we've learned some new things.
Just one of the firearm discharge is almost the same thing. You just said you were looking on the floor, so that's whatever. You're the only people in the time. Well, you weren't. Remember, the waiter was there. He was dining by himself. That seems like the perfect one to say objection to.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I think, why are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I am the accused. Inosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosmo. See, quite clear from the cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that so purposefully, you knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. You're lying, son of a bitch. Kotekura-san. This American report card belonging to the victim. Ah, yes, I see, and? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what's written in this report card with your witness statement. Clearly something doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. At 2 p.m. in the afternoon, when the victim was out murdered in the restaurant. May or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Really now? But that's, remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I think we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies in the court and heard clear have been clear and concise. And the report card has no bearing on this matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetrated this crime. Ooh, that's a real pounce. This mineral report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? Outbursts have petrified me, boy. You're scared of the murderer? Huh? Of course I believe. How could it possibly be relevant? You never bothered to read it, did you? That's because the Hodo clinic which issued the report card is a dental clinic. Dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? Yeah, he had orders not to eat. Say what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No. That can't. Tuka-san. What boy? What? As he just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim could not be eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? He have assured the court that unwavering self-confidence that the victim had been dining alone. Boom! He had a full pressure pounce. But that could not possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Oh. Expertly done, partner. Rabble.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? Those are basic accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. Clearly see the food plate on the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head, dumbass.
That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? Just think fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Oh, yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating at the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul.
There was a woman there. Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me. Yes, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... it must have been me! I was the one eating the steak. The victim himself, me, the two witnesses, the as of yet unknown third party. It was me, and the two witnesses, and the victim. All four of us shared this one steak. Obviously, it came only by someone who was sitting at that professor's table. Will you not let this go? There's no such person. Shut up. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we knew that the victim couldn't have possibly be eating anything. You have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support this association. It's clear that the witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will have to lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Gazma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? The government wants to declare you guilty for something you may or may not have done. Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it turns out that the two of them deliberately lied when giving their testimonies, sworn testimonies, remember, sworn testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed a complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? Ah, so these are the peculiarities, huh? No! Rabble. Hold it. No, negative. There was no mention of this in a tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? Just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. You blurted it out, what? What did you just say, Kuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? From who? Hold on, I was, saying never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim of a lady from overseas? What? What? What is the meaning of this? Witnesses gave false statements? False sworn statements? Is this true, you pair? Yeah, she didn't prep him to say that. Just one. Just one simple, Slip of the tongue.
Order! Order! Counsel, explain what's going on here.
Painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Weak clap, slap. Then was behind us. Who tried to keep you? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, it's classified. Let's see that screenshot. I catch him. Wee, wee, wee. So you're prepared to try this conspirator to his murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from his way to reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone of considerable influence. However, I don't believe Auchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? It means to wield this kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. And we have evidence for us to say it's the police. Well, any guess about who might be behind this? Can affirm. Through. We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, and then we can continue our pursuit. Prove they were trying to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. This proves whichever really did wield his or her power here. How can we possibly? We have it. Remember how we made progress before? Before. We examine this piece of evidence for more detail and find new clue of the result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We have to re-examine everything and make sure nothing we missed. There's no time to lose.
I want answers. It's proved that these witnesses have been manipulated. Sure, the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea this. I swore to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
What does the defense have to say about all this, huh?
Well, Your Excellency, I don't have time to think. Just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Says the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is the head waiter.
Yes!
We have the evidence to back it up. Surely then that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! Possibly using the waiter had to make a witness to give false testimony. Not to mention the fact that head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For one, I would agree with you. For once. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. Truth bots are not real, and then they can be proven by this piece of evidence. His business card.
Yes!
The plans of this restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail. Not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency. It's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
I beg your pardon?
Or should I have said the front? Yes, the front of the back of the card, or it's telling the detail is. ...
Will somebody please explain to me what this oversighted student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan on the restaurants on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the name of the man in question's profession. His true profession.
Where's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious.
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigations Division. Imperial Police Bureau. What? Nani? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard mention of this before. Why have I heard mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. Really now? A corrupt government police force? So the witnesses there on the stand is in fact the waiter who gave you the orders. Was it not he who told you not to mention that you had seen a foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it. Who said that? The corrupt waiter. Inspector Hosanaga. I was worried something like this may happen. When you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized this was a possibility.
The girl will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. The exchange when the judge asked him to hand over the business card. Strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. Let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusual, careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Impersonating a waiter? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Your salary must be terrible. Undercover. Yes, there have been serious incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? It's classified. That'll be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Really now.
Very well then, Inspector Hosanaga. If you elaborate on one point for the court.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard the information from the two witnesses before you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
Why are you fucking bleeding still? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. So as I heard the gunshot, I ran out to the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, a gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. Immediately sealed out the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. Then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be everyone's best interest not to pursue that at the end. The Empire views on the friendly terms of the relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. It's okay. Without irrefutable evidence would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in the case. But that's not right. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Dot dot dot.
Dot dot dot. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you were a chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. And how would you, a police detective, know that? No. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, thought it prudent to check her identity first.
And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was certainly Miss Jezebel Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the at the research laboratory at Yuma University Medical Faculty.
What is happening here? What is happening here?
I mean, I was under orders from the police bureau. I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. Just push the baby down. It must not be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation.
Dot dot dot. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented in the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, we have now discovered that the premise is false. It will be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But Your Excellency, I just said he was guilty. That's all we need, right? That would mean missing the noon deadline for a ruling in order to send the telegraph to report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. Drink a Kool-Aid. Not allow the government of any of our country or any other influence to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Eh?
Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir?
You will locate this Jezebel Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going to get special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. His head's almost dying. Nothing will get in my way.
Court will be adjourned briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezebel Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear, you little piece of shit?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. I'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. I have to take a shirt. To be continued.
Well, it feels familiar but different. I'm just kind of tired. All right. Apple Watch update has been installed. And it's almost fully charged. 22nd November, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants at Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. No mistakes. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat. Your eyes were popping. Your knees were knocking. And you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but I knew it before it started that you started finding consistencies in your testimony. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrible. If we get through this, I never want to see the inside of a courtroom again. It looks like we're exposed our Phantom Lady, your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Jezebel Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There's a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see anything of it. I was just on the way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down to pick it up, bang. But did you shoot it? I haven't had time to think about where the sound the gunshot came from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast take by a detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside the dining area. And there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotaba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged these things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Modern country is still in its infancy. The justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. To a real justice system. Why to avoid a situation that might result in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't just let his best friend... can't help his best friend avert the crisis of his life. I don't deserve to go overseas. I shouldn't have wasted everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. What do you think, Kazuma? So that's your stance. Afraid you feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like all comes down to you then, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. Must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Can't think of it, you said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor of UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. And we're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor of Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, the government is looking to identify and pursue the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement with the police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will use every tool in their disposal to squash your case. No doubt that your pair up will put a good fight, right up to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. You need to run an errand at the university at once. Something we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san. So who the fuck are you?
Defendant Naruhodo. Recess is now over. Make your way inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's go back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal with a decisive blow. Before these old fossils don't hit him. Kazuma? Why are you armed? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said what you believed in me, then... fairly sure I already have been in the ground found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Getting from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad? It's the kind of a true friend he is. So it isn't my battle, just my battle anymore. Where we're up against, we cannot afford to lose. It's already an epic first trial. Alright, then I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You treat me like one of those sakuyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria in University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. No nails. Fucking cat. No nails. (22nd of September, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary.
Judicial cure. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Halchi, are you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. Something to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations with the forged of the Great Minute will emerge from this trial unscathed. Who the fuck cares? If one random crime is able to break your fucking treaty, then, you know, who the fuck... Then that's a very fragile and pointless treaty. You still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between the two nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Exactly. Exactly. Really have nothing to worry about, Ryonosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is that really what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. Like I said, if one little random crime can fucking break a treaty, by aligning itself with a great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering will secure our futures. Why don't you just execute it like a random 100 people to prove a point? Just like, yeah. Well, that'll make up for it, like the one life of the important professor, right? Like the old days. Other than that, I'm no expert, but I'm just a student. One who should arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there is one thing I've felt really strongly. A country that fails to uphold its truth in its justice system is just a country with no future at all. No. ... exclamation point. Well said, Ryonosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. That blank gaze he has. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuit of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Brott. Yes. Your Excellency. Gentlewoman indeed. Well, what a delightful it is to welcome this fine gentlewoman to Japan. From such a distant land, we have never seen Britons before. Not since the World War. Tea. Sorry to bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea.
Is that true? No idea. So, can you possibly trouble me with your state your name and occupation in court? Of course. My name is Sotoro Honosaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter of Le Caron. Yes, we know about you already. Special Asanaga, where are my manners? In English, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only things that you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Description. Yes, it is apparently a woman. Sorry, don't say but Pyro's observation aside, Pyro's description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Like the fact that the steak was on the wrong side of the table. So, dear lady, once again, I'll trouble you for your name and occupation, please. And a mask. Squiggly gibberish. She is speaking in squiggly gibberish. It's cursive. No one understands cursive. One of those memes, right? That. Dot. Dot. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? We don't speak squiggly gibberish English. We only speak squiggly Japanese. Squiggly gibberish. Lady says her name is Jezebel Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMA University Medical Facility. Faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Yep, English is so different from English, right? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you're saying, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously you'll do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you, as clearly you've been paying attention to your English classes, Rinosuke. We still don't know what she said, though. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. It begins. And it explains something in the Ace Attorney trilogy. That it does. The court thanks the beautiful lady for her taking the stand. Here's my phone number. And my nudes. And my OnlyFans. And my house number. And capture. Now, if we may trouble you for confirm something, Miss Brett. Three days ago, in a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Did you kill him? The court was led to believe that you were dining with the victim, Mr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Squiggly gibberish. She says yes. All that to say yes. What is this, fucking Spanish? This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She spoke 2 sentences. That's probably 2 words. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to the presentation at the... She was due to make a presentation at the university and she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the only one engineering her escape. The only one who engineered her escape. I'm just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady. Well now, dear lady. Could you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's new. Seeing as you were here, so unfortunately present for the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught the sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Squiggly gibberish. Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. High class thing. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Order! Order in the head!
Futurama. That will never let that die.
Order in the head! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolute conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clearly who our real enemy is.
Fortunately, I have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described.
Squiggly gibberish. She is very cute looking, but she is definitely looking high class, right? The fucking swan with 3-tail hat. Carmen Sandiego like. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Squiggly gibberish. Had arranged a meeting with a slightly late lunch with Dr. Wilson that day. Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. Only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. Oh, really now? Oh, really now? Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Why wouldn't he have a gun in the first place? Squiggly gibberish. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Have they even done a fingerprint analysis?
Oh, this condemning testimony indeed.
No, that made kind of argument with the professor at all. Objection! Quiet, you little filthy wretch. Look at you, your black-hearted blackguard. And now look at Snow White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine the words the court's gonna have leave. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. It's just so annoying. Of course I was at the scene as well. Took the statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. Decided that Miss Brett is not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. The thing in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Ah! As you can see, there is no other person that she would conceal the firearm. Well, she has that large ass thing. She has right here. She has plenty of places. She has the swan head. She has plenty of places she could conceal a fucking firearm. Maybe between her legs, who knows? It could be garter belts. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location of the witness is said to have hidden the weapon is shown, this is mute. Alright, so witness, take off all your clothes. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Who fucking cares? You don't need a pocket to hide in. These are the two witnesses' own words in the matter. The witnesses' own words in the matter. This is ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. I'm thinking about doing anything rash. He already knows. But I didn't fire the gun. I picked up. So must have been another gun in there that day. Let me hurry up, kid. I think Rocket may be a female and may have given birth because I heard like a soft meowing that sounds like a kitten meow. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must be another gun on there that day. You're right about that, which means the lady was hiding guns somewhere. She didn't have a fucking purse of any kind? Yes, that's what I have to prove now. We have to prove now. This so we need to pull her testimony apart. She understands. She fucking understands. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Arranged to meet the faithfuls. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late lunch on with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions, do you? Late luncheons are on the vogue, isn't that right? No. Just a straight no. A cursive no of all things. That's great. That's great. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. Very decisive. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But they in question, the victim had another appointment in the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to luncheon following the victim's treatment, which was why it was so late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Can I have your phone number? Here's mine.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine woman has. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself a beef steak. She barely ate any of it, though. It's a thick, juicy steak. I would love to have a steak from that restaurant.
Yes!
Yes? He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brand aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard of the professor was to do some dental treatment. So that would mean... it was you who actually ate the steak pictured here, is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows that table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left, huh? Then why was the victim on the side of the steak? Dear me, what a harrowing escape. So the other photo will contradict that. And traveled to a really distant, faraway side of the world to be embroidered in such a tragic incident. Exactly as it was left, huh? Then why is the victim on the side of the fucking steak? Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush this evil fiend with the subject you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Appears that the dinners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. But there's only one glass of water. Hey! There is a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Yes, that's very important. Add it. It's very meaningful. A weak plaque. This statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profoundly bearing in this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh? ... The significance of the statements will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Heh. Well sidestepped, counsel. Well played.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you said what you just said to be added to the official testimony.
Gladly, she says. Look at that devilish smile. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there were some more useful tips you were picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. A pending testimony. Well, that's already a contradiction, so why? Because there's only one glass. One glass. One glass.
Yes!
Yes. So you know, Professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett. She nodded. I heard the nod. Said she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place. Is the lady's opinion. They never ate beef before? Is this India? Well, I heard it's customary not to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightening. I gotta share that with Lonely. Now that's frightening. Lonely Geekas. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much in the shock of the first time I tried beef. Really? Carbonated water is more of a shock than beef? Anyways, back to Wynn's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place there when she's saying yes. I told you. You need to pounce on everything, slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to the goal. Goal is turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. So it didn't add a new statement, I think. It just expanded on the first one.
Yes!
Yes, that did not happen. They got in an argument with the professor. All I did was notice him. I was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry at me. Oh no, I wasn't directing my retort at you. What I meant for the ladies next to you. Good pounce. Boom. Anyways, all I said was I did not argue with the professor. ... Afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Yeah, she smiled. No, of course not. Japanese is a cumbersome language anyways. Cumbersome. Well, when you have three forms of written language, right? It's kind of... English is the future. We must all speak Supiku Ingushitu. Ingurishitu. Shishu. Huh? What? I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, if only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Oh, that beautiful woman is telling a blatant lies with a completely straight face. Yes, she is. Find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That's new. They didn't say that the first time. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes. It's coffee to drink. Some coffee. And the next time you got up after that, I finished with coffee and stood up to leave. There she goes again. Not long afterwards, Hughes took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Like I said, now shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over again. Well, This is going to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when you shot Rang out in the restaurant, you had the gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but weak flap. Well, they'll pick up the gun that's on the floor next to the president, leaving the restaurant. You already said that, in fact. Yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. Highly suspicious lady over there. That will do. You dirty rotten scoundrel. Dirty. Basic accusations could have very well caused an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusations is just as baseless as ours. Just what nonsense. People not listening to their elders. Lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyways. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes.
Lift up that skirt, let's find out. It's not very well saying, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. Oh, really now? You frisked her. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." She said, "I'm not." 100% believable. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. Of course not. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. Obviously no need to any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given to further any probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but you're going to continue with this preposterous claims that a refined lady will conceal a firearm. Prosecutor demands you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Squiggly gibberish. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give the presentation to the university. So she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. No, get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. Forcefully. The lady would like to point out that she was no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which was why she was only too happy to cooperate with the testimony here today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. ... You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Yep, he admits it though. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, which then you shot him. It's an all-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. I thought she's an elegant, refined, young, beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Dressed the exact same way you are, except for that flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as fiction it is. If we can't do that, then the trial's over. Even if your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around this courtroom. Only too well, I can feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in your testimony is making me feel any better either. What we'll do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. That the opening will present itself, I promise you. Suppose her true face is exotic foreigner is hiding behind a mask. That's what I should be aiming to do in this cross-examination. They toasted. That's the first inconsistency. Exactly as it was, right?
Yes.
Dot dot dot. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table on the crime scene. It's exactly as it was left. It is correct, the lady says. Weak flag. Well, that's it. It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd of the defense's inability to express itself? Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! Dot dot dot. You're quite right, Consul. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make in this case?
Objection!
Shut up, you. Minutiae, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I'll never do such a thing so reckless. Weak flat. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or you're gonna try to tell me you drink that you can clink with only 1. Dot dot dot. You're quite right. Certainly took 2 glasses to the table, but I never removed 1. Squiggly gibberish.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
She took 1. It seemed that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. And where does she conceal that? Where does she conceal it indeed? What? Nani? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and I thought I should hide the fact that I had been there at all, she said.
Good gracious. Tampering with evidence.
Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. She just lied and she tampered with fucking evidence. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered a lunch companion from before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in this state of disarray? That's absurd. That's fucking, like I said, that's a crime right there. Oh, really? Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable young beautiful woman of mischief? What? I don't know, this can't be put down as mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene, where she concealed it. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A small handbag that could also conceal a gun, right?
A handbag, you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Or any woman at all. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing in this case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. And that sounds like a Trump supporter logic. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. How dare you? No more pretentious accusations. We've wasted enough time.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter of no bearing to this case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Well, I don't know really. You want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that there has been some deeper significance with evidence. Yes, you're right. She took the glass away from her handbag, in her handbag. If there's a similar... Yeah, there is a particular significance here, the handbag. She could have concealed a weapon there. Wait, the lady put a glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that the youngish woman carried handbags for especially small items. Let me see, with a little while ago Miss Brett stated that the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But she forgot to mention it was her handbag. Weak flap. Which would be the perfect place to conceal a gun. You're right.
Well done, partner. I have a feeling you picked up on that too. I have a feeling you picked up. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple, you simpleton. The gunshot we heard was from the defendant. Was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. He didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. And you can't be serious. Be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag that day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. Just as I thought. In other words, another gun, one that could actually use to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. And no! Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Order, order, order in the head.
Futurama. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Alchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents in time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, she now has to endure this uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now you have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? He's probably been poisoned, I'm assuming. Oh, sorry for that situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because she was not a suspect. It was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I want to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that can completely... Yeah, I've completely forgotten about. Reina, you pulled it out of your ass. It's this photographic print. Why is that bull carved on his, he has a tattoo? It's printed photograph I had thought would be prudent so to have taken immediately after the shooting. As you see, it clearly showed Miss Brett's handbag.
Never. Well, I never.
And it's fucking see-through?
You can see right through what's inside.
That looks like there's a gun there possibly too, right? Maybe? That's right. Apparently, the mesh bags like these are the height of fashion in London at this moment.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So I need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Are you sure? If you can see, there is nothing to imply Miss Brett is guilty here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. He died. Rapple.
Order! Order in the head.
Inspector Hazunaga.
Inspector Hazunaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once?
Certainly, Your Honor. Excellency. Data from Hazunaga-san after the incident shows that Miss Brett's handbag is in a chair in the victim's table.
I think we had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
It's kind of hard to tell if there's a fucking gun there, but it doesn't look like it, right? Possibly.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print submitted to the court record appears to be no further significance, I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. There's going to be one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench for us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. Worse sensation. I'm in a worse situation than when I was in the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? This. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way you can defeat true justice. In fact, you could chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. I'm really gonna be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit. Kazuma. This dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You're the judge. There's nothing that the last photograph the detective produced we can contest. Which means there is no basis we can argue the trial can continue.
that... No, it's just a shadow. I want to say, is that blood? But I don't think so. Very well. I will proceed immediately with to the ruling.
You seem to have been able to report to the British government after all. Smug little.
Ryunosuke Nakahara, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, hereby find you. Shut up.
Objection.
Strong objection.
Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule us on this case yet. Amateurishness is getting tediousness. When Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of this courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. This photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. I don't have any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Now that means if there's a problem with the evidence, some extremely significant detail, I mean, ruling on this case at this time will be out of the question. It's a blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. It shows a handbag that gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There was no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone this court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how this gleaned any new information on this handbag.
I want to say that tattoo is something. My thoughts exactly. Hey, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. Something about the photograph which just doesn't seem right. Like I put my finger on it.
Very well. Grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response, this trial will be over immediately. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So take another look at this photo. So take a look at another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Identify the court where the print you see a significant detail you wish to have eluded.
You need to identify the court that this print will see the significant detail which you have eluded.
Yes!
Yes. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
This is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
It's been branded.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what the new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. But yeah, it's nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Go on, Inspector.
Police coroner also noticed that when he was performing a post-mortem examination. Didn't unrelate to the cause of death, so he didn't put it on the note. He could have been trying to stop the gun, and he got fired? He got shot at? What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea where the victim suffered that burn, do we? With no possible way of knowing it.
Or do we? The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this burn mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoshi points out, unless a firm connection in this case can be shown, cannot allow further time to be spent on the precise details of the burn. Through.
Ah. Ah. I found it. Squiggly gibberish. Excuse me, Your Excellency. I see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and some other university staff. Oh, you're not getting out of here yet. She would like to know that there may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Quite sure His Excellency was about to give his final ruling anyways. What's your thinking on this, Rinosuke? You believe the burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I think I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? We could just link this burn to this case. We could do that, might be able to price the shutting back door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. I noticed it.
Indeed, I'm afraid without evidence I cannot allow you to pursue this with more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence, and says irrefutable link this burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it?
I would, yes.
Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. And she has very perky boobs. Really? Find a link between the burn and the case. I have it. This is the moment of truth. Find some minutes that proves that the burn really means.
So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. So demonstrate that there's inextricably linked between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Consul? Yet another print?
Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When the humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in this photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? Point it out. To inconvenience this poor lady Inferno would be really quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind. Miss Brett. ... You see, there is very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim get that unusual shaped burn on his wrist? Reason is recorded here forevermore. Again, he said that word. What? How? Nani? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court what this means. What you mean. Where is this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? And precisely in the center.
Yes!
Yes. Now, the beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the beefsteak was served on.
The plate. Oh.
Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would have guessed some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah. The emblem on the plate is a steer. And the victim's burn
Strong, bro.
are exactly the same shape. Yosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered his burn when he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Objection? But even if it's just the case, you can't know if it happened that day in question or not. It could have been there before and the day after that. Most likely it happened some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
shut up. Sadly, Prosecutor Alchi, chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? That outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury could have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it hadn't been suffered very long ago. And although the not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense had just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain and...
I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I haven't heard of anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of that carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you... means he was already dead. You're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes. There you have it, something is not right. Oh, I got the yes. Perfect. There you have it, something's not right here. As I said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no questioning of that. Yet the Inspector's Honor heard his professor scream. Not on that day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, that day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate or anything like that for 3 seconds that day...
That would be beyond careless, I think, counsel.
At least this judge is not stupid. He's still easily swayed, but he's not stupid. Then the rest of the restaurant, myself and the sergeant and the old antiquities dealer, all of us would have, without question, heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Alchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was already dead. ...
Exclamation point.
I almost didn't believe it. Do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamed they would arrive at a conclusion like this, but... he was already dead. I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I could think of to make sense of this impossibility. Now, the day in question, when he suffered this burn on the wrist, he did not notice the burn. He was asleep and would not have woken him up. He's a heavy sleeper and a drinker. No man could remain silent when the wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation.
Counsel? Are you suggesting...
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already?
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's only a possible explanation. That the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! I love that scene. Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Order! Order! Order in the head, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. Absolutely right, Your Excellency. Was he? You said in this land nobody does fucking autopsies. He looks like he was shot dead. Whatever. Good enough. This is just another ridiculous play by the rookie student. Clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Alchi. As you have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, the whole case would turn upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? I love that Solid Snake had been. The canary likes the music. Your Excellency, we must hear from this witness again. The court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, why you not believe the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard? Yeah, it's highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. Certainly did not anticipate this twist of evidence. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, you'll have to forget your lunch on engagement.
But, Your Excellency, my victory.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. No. Was that a smile? Yes, of course. I told you. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps the relationship between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Yeah, I hope. It's okay. Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country, after all. It's okay.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentleman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Now that's a pompous-ass bitch. Hope! No. 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 Fucking constantly dropping the goddamn medicine. Dot. But it seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. You can see that I shall take my lower self to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. Murderous bitch. We are truly honored by this. Your lavish considerations you so graciously afford us.
Dot. I see. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally getting her to your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryosuke. The victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I had raised our glasses on a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibility besides death from a gunshot. How would you know that? How would you know that? Especially since, oh, it's just some random cop looked at it. Oh, they probably died from gunshot. They didn't actually do an autopsy. Just a cop looked at it. Oh, he'd be dead. It was him. If there's any other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. It's called poison, bitch. I'm sure you use them. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques, I probably wouldn't pick up on that. Anyways, nope. Like I said, a cop looked at it. Oh, he looks like he was shot. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. You Japanese savages. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. After insulting everyone. Not at all, not at all. I'm a whiny little bitch. Yeah, it's delightful to me to hear you speak, my lady. I'll just stare at your bra straps. All day long. Yeah, it seems very clear from your testimony. This boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice. Just about what happened here today. Hey, some noble-looking British stuck-up bitch will do that. The Minister of Justice? May that irritated little bully of a student be given the harshest penalty possible. Amen. Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up a cross-examination now. I expect you notice that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate or prove any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? So if we fuck up, it's over. He looks like a Phoenix, right, doesn't he? He looks like Phoenix. Yes, Your Excellency. You may then proceed with your cross-examination. Teach that pompous bitch who's boss. The victim's death. You have no idea how the poor man burned his wrist like that. I only killed him. I don't know how that happened.
Yes!
But on his hand was a searing hot plate for at least 3 seconds. 3 whole seconds. He can't not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this country, even still now, the fly of those unsightly trousers of yours have been wide open. How can you tell he's behind a fucking desk? You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Defeated. Ha ha! What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Yorinosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson is a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, my tiny brain can. Oh, it's very tight.
Yes.
Well, I can't. Anyway, the waiter brought over my steak. The professor and I raised our glasses in toast. Right, we know that's true.
Yes.
And to testify, before you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Oh, I think I can notice. I will notice something. Yeah, his carbonated water is full. Or is it hers? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at a time, if you remember. Explains why you ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of his water when I delivered a steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Yep. You ain't your bitch. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others corrupt, it means bless you. You dumb bitch. You dumb little bitch. Oh, down. Down. I think it means the exact opposite. Hope. Anyway. If I heard the most post-mortem report showed no other possibility other than death. How would you know that? Hope. Down. Hope. Hope. Down. Was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot wound. He died of exsanguination from a bullet.
Yes.
Down. And it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Yes. Lucky for all of us, that little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. There was no other signs of trauma in the victim's body indicate other cause of death. But did you actually examine the body? It could only have been a bullet from a gun that you end that innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was brought in the first place by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it would have been able to burn. It wouldn't have been able to burn like that. And the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as the waiter brought it out of the kitchen. If they must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the evidence to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. It was poison. I concur. Prosecutor Alchi is right. But like the glass she took was not her glass. She took his glass. That. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me. I want to learn.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always the telltale traces on the body. For obvious. Quite right, my dear. If our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. But they didn't. They didn't do a fucking autopsy. A cop fucking randomly looked at it. Isn't that right, Inspector Huntsanaga? No. I said always aim for the flawless investigation. That would be a physical trace of all these causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heavens forbid you do doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought calling a sweet young lady innocent into questions. On my honor, I, Tasakuchi Auchi, will cut down anyone who dares cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Evidence to back up here. Evidence. Of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably won't pick up on it anyways.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean? In the lands of Great Britain, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, investigation once and that's the end of it. Is that so? Yes. Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today. Just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even though the investigation takes a different turn, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to a naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful as I can, you understand. Ah, killer blow. A lady as formidable as she is beautiful. You step on my nuts already. Just step on him. Crush him. With your heels. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Achi's findings starting to make sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there is something about what Miss Brett just said. Before, when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not going to turn up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. Find a way to break the testimony, or cross-examination will be over. That will mean that I have to find a way. There's some clue somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor. Kazuma, what, Ryosuke? There is one thing I know. Something has been bothering me. Bothering you? What do you mean? About Miss Brett? Actually, no. It's about the person standing next to her, Inspector Osanaya. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react to strangely Miss Brett's last statement. Wouldn't it be a significance? It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. Think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what caused a mistake. Well, I'll find out, I suppose I just had to press Miss Brandon's last statement again. Like he said, a cop just looks at it like, oh, that's probably what happened. So?
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Costco, Christopher, your code blank is that's printed on your receipt from 20 came at our first AirPods draw. Wow, that is such a horribly fake message. The land's a great big empire. The police examine everything in the country. This country investigates one sense. That's so. Quite right. Carnival's open for this. Just stays after.
Wait.
Wait? Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence is lost. Yes, there it is again. That his reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For the testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has been saying. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you can find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. Actually, yeah, let's see. It's the end of the trial. Hopefully. It's time to pursue that man and his train of thoughts. Sorry, pursue? Explain how to do it. Now I see it. It's all you have to do with the witness marker. Marker? What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's person actually making the current statement. Ah. By moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. Alright, so this is brand new too. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with X. You can catch the person just the right time, you can uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first you should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Pursue him with X when I see what's on his mind. There we go. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, my items may be lost.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Yeah? What the? What's the meaning of this? Why are you talking to me? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something on you'd like to share, please, share with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's like the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't just follow her testimony, you can't just then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? You called 2 witnesses to the stand. This detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Weak flap. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Why do you keep bleeding? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. Dot, says the bitch. The lady is right. Our police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. Not afraid to take everything I can from a scene of a crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks just touched the nerve there. For this, take this for example. Ding! Is that the bottle of carbonated water I took from the victim's table on the day in question? And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. This time is coming, I guarantee it. He drank from that water, didn't he? I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water the victim and the Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. Victim's table. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on that day with the victim, Steph? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? Is she seeming to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question? Very well, counsel. You may resume your cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. I am. Hope, get out from behind the couch. No. Get out from behind the couch. So no other possibility cause of death. And now we have new evidence to present right there. The name was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Get out from behind the couch. No. You know what it says, Kazuma? Nope. I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. Can you just say that you don't know? Carbonated water is the last drink that Mr. Wilson ever had. There's a little left in the bottom. Though it's just plain water now. Or is it? You know, I've been sweating so much. That's what they parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep it under... No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that.
For one thing, that's evidence. You can't just drink evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything else in this water? What's the matter? You got quite awesome. I've just worked on something. An interesting possibility. Alright, take a sip of this water, lady. Please do show me.
Yes!
I'll show you, bitch, right now. Take.
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Dot dot dot. Honestly, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Mr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Dot dot dot. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Order! Order! Order in the head! Order in the head! Order!
Strong flap. And on that day, she was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink. There's only one person who could have done that. Jezebel Brett. It was you. Straight up accusation. Dot dot dot.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Why can't you just take the guilty verdict and die, you little bitch? You forgot what you only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? You vaguely suggest your rash accusation could jeopardize our entire treaty? Like he said before, if your treaty is so fragile that one little murder of a random person will break it.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine an individual's guilt in respect to one crime. What? Who told you that? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Why? Why can't you just accept my truth? Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful. Shut up, bitch. I am in command here. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady? Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer the most humblest apology.
I'm sorry, my lady, but what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. He drank from it, didn't he? Of course. You didn't. Have you forgotten that my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And? What did you find, Inspector?
I ordered a test for every toxin available in this country at the present time. In this country? I couldn't find no trace of poison of any description in the carbonated water you're asking. What? Are you sure? Did you match it against Britain's ones, though? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No.
No!
Rabble. I'm very grateful to you all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Did you test it against British poisons? Thank you. But of course, your lady. The pleasure was all ours. Wait. This can't be right. I was so sure. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has been clarified everything. As the prosecutor has asserted, a shot from the chest from this gun can only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
Done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience we have caused you, Miss Brett. Through.
Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
How about... Why is the waiter coughing so badly? Kazuma? Sorry, Inosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Don't let the bitch leave yet. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Who said that? A girl did. Ah, the one that's starting to get finds me. Please wait. Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive my intruding in the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, I had nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. In her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped up in furoshiki cloth. And there's still more. This first case is long. Hope. Stop. Stop. Trial Part 3. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. It has only been an hour? If you in that. Supreme Court of Judiciary. Courtroom 2. Don't let that bitch leave.
Well, I understand you're the Judicial Assistant to Defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? And you didn't bring lunch.
Ah, a judicial assistant, and a woman nonetheless? Who would ever listen to a frickin' woman? Right? The incel in him is strong. The rules state that females are not permitted to this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I asked that for 5 minutes of time. That's some vital evidence I should hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded.
Shut up, bitch. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, my manhood is at stake here. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What's it? A report of something? Written in English. It's Jezebel Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. Went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory for the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does her research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. I will not have a woman sully my place. She only belongs in the bedroom, in my kitchen. Nowhere else. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. Think it'll be valuable? Please cast your eye on it, over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Jezebel's report has been entered into the court record. A report to an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching in her time in the... Okay. We have evidence. Goodbye then, and good luck. Curare. Poison made from a bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Others in this region use it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Entry route: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So a penetrating wound, or drank, probably. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that this toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, the solution for a respiratory arrest caused as a result of a full body paralysis must first be found, or patients would die of suffocation. So he was already dead. He drank it. Practical applications. Uh-huh. Goodbye then, and good luck. How dare that woman interfere in my freaking victory. Right?
You had long enough, Counsel. You cannot detain our English guest any longer. ...
She knows what it is.
Ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made his case convincingly enough already. Nothing to add, Your Excellency. I said he was guilty. That's all the evidence I need. Yosuke, we're out of options here. It's really the very last chance. Yes, I know. Big slam. Wrestling, the defense does have new evidence. ...
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems it wasn't clear. Realize it was phrased as a question. However, bitch, you have to stay. I was asking you to treat this as an order. ...
I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, when is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Jezebel Brett, we understand that you are studying under Dr. Wilson at the Yuma University doing research. ... By research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What?
Poison? Where are you going, this Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount is a deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What could be another nonsense? Here, drink some of this water. Curare, you say? Never heard of it. I'm a simpleton. I never heard of that. I'm a simple person. You wouldn't have. What do you mean? Well, I mean that even if you haven't heard of curare before, for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police do for toxins, they never identified curare. Why? Because there's no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Rabble, 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 rabble.
Order! Order! Order in the head! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this research paper authored by the visiting researcher student from England, curare has long been used by tribespeople in South America as the poison to lace their arrows. Seems that it's reasonably well enough among European doctors and scientists. Reasonably well enough to lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows in the Amazonian jungle, and is first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brent?
Attention!
Trumpery! Trumpery! These expressions are utter trumpery. And this is all before Donald Trump. To start with, if the victim had been administering some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and their diners would surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare is used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicting victims will lose their strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost his strength of all his muscles, he would collapse on the floor. But with a chair on there to support him, Dr. Wilson did the effects go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. It's just paralysis. I thought the poison causes instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move, but also makes them hard to breathe. But after a short time, the process is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And after a while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, it was his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Dot. Rabble dot.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Consul, actually contains this terrifying poison.
This is very convenient, isn't it? Adhere to unknown poison, which means no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Well, here, take a sip. Take a sip. Ahem, if I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever. Shut up, bitch. It was you. You who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? Nani? You steal another honest work and then announce the results as if you discover them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brent, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I for one refuse to accept it. I hereby do not accept the future, or the past, or even the present. Then you have some point that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan. It's breaking rules. There's no such thing. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Pratt?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Don't. Well, yes, I don't see, why not?
Oh, she wants to prove it's not in the bottle. Don't get too big of your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is farcical comedy. Your little police games and all these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of all this now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? Yeah, she didn't... Now drink it from your cup, the one in your bag. She didn't poison the entire water, she poisoned the cup. And no sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Dot dot dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
Rabble dot dot dot. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. Bottle was clean, is that what you're trying to say? Ah ha ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course, it's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. She poisoned the glass, that's why she took the glass. Thank you, waiter, and now then, Your Excellency.
Dot, dot, dot. Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. Think I get more than enough of my time for the furtherance of a friendship between our countries.
Oh, yes, dear lady. We're most grateful for all the assistance you've given us.
This does not make sense. I've been poisoned in that bottle. Not the bottle, the glass. But how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. She didn't put the glass. She put it in the glass. Suppose there's nothing else. This far little Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be something in that bottle, doesn't there? Not the bottle. The glass she put in her bag. But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Ryusuke. We have all clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. The bottle itself is no. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryusuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it is indeed a good sign stating, as it is as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, that's what this color is supposed to represent?
That was a guileless ending or a promising line of inquiry, Consul, for which you'll be penalized.
The whole oh, it's poison. There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But we just saw the fucking bottle contains no... We just saw the bottle contains no poison. That's why I said, right? I said no poison. Yeah, so it is a penalty. So it does have poison. Well, if it doesn't have poison, like, you know, we can stay here all day, but if it does, she only has a few minutes to get treatment. So, you know, for sure. It does contain poison. The club did put the Quran into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The fence refuses to change its position. You're serious. Fool! Are you blind? There's no possibility the bottle contained poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. He didn't say the bottle. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe its complication can be explained. How exactly? ... You think through all the things I have quite thrown at here one by one. The answer is the evidence here. Court record has to be.
Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. They must ask you to support this attestation with evidence. What explains how the witness is able to consume this supposed bottle unscathed?
The purse.
Yes.
Seems the defense, or should I say the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. How do you think harder than that, defense?
Sorry, yes, I find some better supporting evidence. Making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. That's the final answer if it's a fact. So not the picture of the handbag.
Objection!
Alright, so we saw all that. Evidence we could show. I ask you to support this with evidence.
You must support this evidence. What explains the witness being able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Ah, no, yes, I did overly complicate it. Enters the body through a wound. Not drank. Yes, I overcomplicated it. Answer is in this riddle, right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
That's not a valid explanation.
That's not a valid explanation, no? After all, we don't speak English. This report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule your court, though, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honestly. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. It will direct us to the pertinent sectional counsel.
Page 2.
What section of report reveals the alleged allegation is riddle? It's a special characteristic, right? Yep, we had to do that in Phoenix, right, before? We hear a lot about the Kurara poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Consul? Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows that shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch a prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use the laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey that hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Goodness gracious, Consul. No, that would be madness. But I actually found an answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound into the bloodstream. Through a wound, you say? Ah, I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me, though. ... And we know how to go there now. But that makes a difference when you interpret what's written in this. When Kurara enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Nani? What? What? Nani? Miss Brett, you authored this research and you Kurara's special characteristics. You knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. So cut yourself. You meddling little... It's real. Scallion. Well, Ryusuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? Lawyer?
Objection!
Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it's possible. Shut up, you stupid whiny bitch. So, the ill-bred puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. She reminds me of a character in Persona 5, doesn't she? But I'm afraid that knowledge test doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Even as your brain has managed to deduce, Kurara is safe to ingest. Seems unlikely the effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, Pressa wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Goodness gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy like you should understand, no? Rabble, rabble, rabble. Order! Order in the court! Order in the head! Order! That logic holds. If the lady or the professor drank the same poison, they will be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, the Kurara poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Well, yeah. It goes against my logic, so it's irrelevant. It contradicts me, so it's irrelevant. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you couldn't stand something that simple. Look at that face. What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt this way before. Like this before. Some sort of conviction breaking down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
shock. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? Her thing looks so much bigger, doesn't it? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you are the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel, I'm sure you don't need to remind you that you must provide compelling evidence. Well, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by his curare?
This one. No. Where's the photo of the... Oh, we took out the photo, the other one, that's right. No, that one, that photo. The picture of the bag.
Take that!
Take that, bitch.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod manner of which you tossed this evidence before the court does not inspire confidence. Huh?
Listen, Ryosuke. There's no need to overthink this. All correct has only come to play when the poison enters the body via wound, right? So that can only mean when Dr. drank the glass of water, because I had a wound somewhere that led that poison in. Exactly. So evidence that proved that the professor had a wound in his mouth. Of course. Wound in his mouth. Ah, I overcomplicated it. We overcomplicated it.
Take that!
Professor readily pointed out she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects occur only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Completely forgot about it. Inside? Inside? Yes, like a wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and a tooth extracted, for example.
Oh!
Miss Brett, you acknowledged that many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use the knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and half-baked arguments are so puerile. Puerile. Huh? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. She's gonna break the evidence. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Doesn't he have the glass? Oh dear, how careless of me. Afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No!
What just happened? Is that it? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. The Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder.
Officer, what are you waiting for? Put as much of that water in broken bottles once.
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under the feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Don't you still have the cup? The glass? How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump that bench as loud and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? Is it really gonna poison that bottle or not? You... Him being a paranoid klepto, he should have some extra. Let's not forget, you still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You refer to this photographic print, I assume, lady? The gunshot. That's right. Look at this photograph. It's the clear of day, isn't it? Poor professor sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is that little schoolgirl.
Objection!
No. You killed the victim that day using karate. And then in order to frame Ryosuke for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol and you arranged for him to find on the floor. You shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the pure dead professor's chair around. See, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Time to make her undress. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Who cares about smashing evidence? Victim Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryosuke Nakamura. It's unbelievable. How can this happen? We had her, but now she really gonna get away with it. She would, and the way that she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryosuke, yes, come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean, Nani? Nani? We lost the vital piece of evidence, it's true, but there's still some clues left for us to use now. Must be in your head. My head? Told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could depend on. It's true, but they mentioned I didn't know it was a foreman with a swan on her head. Think back now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. As we finish this case, this will be it for day one. Every color. Ah. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue as to expose the killer's identity? It's blood. Actually, Kazuma, I think you have something. Back over everything I saw, I think we might have covered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. He's niggling at me as if something feels amiss in the memories of that day. It'll be the key to arriving at the truth about this day. Somewhere in here, the clue that shows Wilson's killer must have been.
Take that!
Inspector Asunaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As he said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigation, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, is perhaps you take a look at anything else in the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, that plate of the steak victim's table that day. Wait a minute! Where are you going with shut up, you little whiny bitch. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw a scene that showed his photographic print in my own eyes that day. But when I saw the wooden base of that steak that was served on, it was splattered of blood. What? ... Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, it must have been what happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. There. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way the blood on the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Oh, yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it would imply that the plate had been between the victim and the shooter. The shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezebel Brett. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Hey, you're the one who claimed he was shot. This courtroom seriously expected to believe something like something the accused is apparently just remembered seeing? The detective. Inspector. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean he kept it? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence of the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. Yes, he did. You did what? I took the steak and all you had been eating, Miss Brett, and I took the steak to that sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's some bloodstains on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Pulls it out of his ass. Inspector! The court wishes to examine that plate of the victim's table. Immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Now what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. It's a very exciting case. I'm a little bit less bored now. It kind of feels too similar to Phoenix, I guess, maybe. No. No blood. It was on the side opposite of the thing. It had been wiped off. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know it's not, I'm sure of it. Don't you have the... It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, that's why you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Tish, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion on this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But do promise the best effort to forget all this when it's over. Don't you have a crime scene? Ha! Sorry-looking steak reveals the facts are too clearly. Sorry-looking accused reaches to examine it again. Be my guest. Please, the steak has been entered into the courtroom. Bread order for lunch has been removed from the victim's table as the answer. Was the plate a saw, or was it a figment of my imagination? Oh. Huh? What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. As the hallmark from the Koi area, I believe. Ah, it's the wrong plate. I don't mean what it is. I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, apart from the meat juices, it looks like it's still in good condition. Match is very reliable. This is the first time someone's been talking about Koi Koban. Pearls, I heard some pearls of swine, but I never heard of a bullion of bullion. Think you ever will, man. Extraordinary, though. This means this is the wrong plate. Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick skull. From the Hoi era, too. It would be quite valuable. Marinated juices as well. Yeah, were you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak from an expensive restaurant, I'm sure one thing. So I'd be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath the prize. The wrong end of the steak to think of this. This steak, there's only one explanation. This is not his plate. There's only one explanation. Wait. This emblem on the side of the plate? It's a cat. It's a cow, obviously. Mostly because the restaurant's signature is a beef dish. Side of steak. All different restaurants have their own unique tableware. Symbol of La Carnival, is it? Yeah, he grabbed the wrong plate. He didn't label it. He grabbed the wrong plate. This is now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Just never stop believing in yourself. Just keep looking for it, no matter what. He brought the wrong steak. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should examine at least the evidence for myself.
Evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. I resume further examination evidence of this trial would be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection?
Hell yes. Plus it was going to be a cinch in my trial for me. This plate of steak reveal any other clues at all. There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This beef of plate is hiding another clue. Clue reveals shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must be thorough examination of the evidence. Not give any ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all unreasonable doubt has been displaced.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that is your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court what you're alluding. Possessing this place is a newfound clue.
Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. Yeah, we went through this already. Like, it has a lot of things that allude to like things from Phoenix that some mechanics they use a couple times, some they use more. Like you actually being able to inspect the evidence. And we'll present that now.
Good gracious, that's...
A Koban?
What on earth?
What on earth? Oh, yeah, error one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak you ordered in the restaurant that day in question, isn't it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? It's a swan. Or a goose. What a ridiculous question, how should I know? Never seen anything before like that in my life. I don't even know what it is. I don't want no part of it. I don't see how this is relevant. A coin underneath a meat. We're gonna simply carelessly mistaken by the chef in a moment of distraction. Really? Don't be so absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened in an accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoi Koban appears to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency.
Yes, Consul?
Rare Hoi Koban just happens to be underneath a piece of steak. Irrelevant to this case. I'll give up my lower job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyways. It's my old courtroom. Shut up, you little bitch. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant. Even though I am the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what he's doing underneath the steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. The only one person who can belong to. The owner of the Koban coin was found underneath the beef steak. This guy. So this called about 16, a judicial assistant and defense lawyer. British exchange student.
Take that!
The old guy. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer, the owner of the Ususe. Kyoryo Korekuta-san. Kyuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with the Koban coin when it happened. The exact moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what are you doing? Nothing for treasure. D, my heart. Here, my prized coin.
Then this Hoi era Koban, you mean to tell me?
No, please, why would a Kurisa-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense. The victims. The victim was not eating. Which is why I'm asking to bring the Kurisa-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses to the testifier back here. Without a moment's delay.
Can't believe we come back to that round to that pair again. I have a strong hunch. Chase on the real significance of this Koban. We'll find a key element of this case. Now it's a very crowded witness stand. What's this about? I have been called up again. You realize I was at dinner with a little baby idol. My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. When cast from this courtroom, I myself became a ruined man in the trice. Worthless, withered antique. As he pulls out a weapon. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this shop's owner's existence.
Bidazame Korekuta-san. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Ritu Saite memory serves you.
There's this. Ah! Yes! It's on his foot. That's the one, the very exact one it is. The splendid, manipulous, heroic crusher of my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man. Lay into this decrepit fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was this treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. You find your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaked in the seasoning meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. concealed by silk one my whole treasure with a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who will do such a thing? Who will catch such a thing? It's his plate, it's not her plate. He brought back the wrong plate. Dot 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 dot. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I bought the wrong plate. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover at the restaurant in order to investigate the another case. Ah yes, right. The secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. Attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Some of which ingredients have been reported to have been to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip this case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? Yes, it took the job of the waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems like this Copa incident was the work of the same thief. Something else to us, there was a master thief in the restaurant on a regular basis. This place was already at the scene of several crimes, it seems. All of it seems a master thief part, but then the other person who only hid the crimes of Copa, it's all too clear. What? What? Nani? Nani?
Didn't the court like to hear the defense's view of the matter? Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrels called the Koban and hid under their stake?
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa.
It was his plate. I told you. How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? Seriously accusing me of all these crimes, cadet? It wasn't me. It was Idol. Idol's the master mind behind this. The baby. The baby put it underneath the steak. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Dot, dot, dot.
Would you push the blame on yourself for crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. You. Clippity clappity clippity toe clippity clop clippity clop clippity clop clippity clop. That baby is a monster. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant. Yes, Nosa. Preparing to stand down for Supreme Court, sir. Well, that's one case solved. Where are you pushing him into? Do any of you know? True. The extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays is expected to keep our country safe.
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. Whereas it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I wanted was to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heavy with money. Every 3 days I would go there and do some reconnaissance for a target. Enjoy chopping through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly unbelievable. Your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
Viable phantom thief you are.
So I was had to leave the steak in the hallway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Idle too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as soon as I could. On the double. Slipped it under my stake. Under the stake. Hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again on a later date. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Rabble dot dot dot. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling of your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. Quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Oh, indeed. No, hold it. The day for the coup was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all the questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, there's no further justification of detaining her. Miss Brett, you're...
No, we have not finished. Our inspector got the wrong steak. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Don't let the bitch leave yet. And good day. Yosuke, what's the matter with you? It's nothing but laying. It's just something about Miss Brett's parting words got me thinking. I work it out, but just something just jarred with me. Contradiction somewhere in there, and they quite add up. It's the case, don't just stand there thinking, mark your voice heard. Think of it later. For now, just call out. It'll be too late, the trial's over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? Afraid I just won that thing. Something else I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What'd she say? Good luck, everyone, and good day.
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Nonsense. What parting words are you talking about, Ryusuke? Hiding a coin on a lump of meat? That sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. After picking up your steak with biting into it without using a knife and fork? It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there expressed an undeniable contradiction.
What I need to see about evidence, Consul. Express words are truly contradictory. What is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
It's not her steak.
The steak Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed?
Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as unfamiliar? Unnatural? What do you mean? Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the frickin' edge or where it's been eaten. You noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Noticed what exactly, Consul?
A few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no English woman could have contemplated picking up a steak and biting into it while using a fork and knife. Of course she did. She's a refined English woman, gentlewoman herself. Of course she did. Take a look at this particular steak. The edge where it has been eaten. Yeah, her steak has been barely eaten. Look at that, those two giant barbers. Clearly defined barbaric teeth points.
Oh.
Dot. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness that she claims would contemplate eating without using her knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on the steak at all.
Objection!
But, what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I must really be leaving now. Noon tea with Mr. Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. It'll be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave me. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacles, samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realizes the catastrophic implications of teeth marks of the steak have for her. So, do you know where you're going with this? Teeth marks, huh? It means it's not her steak. Yes, now at last it has all come together. It's not her steak. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten by cutlery versus that one that's barely been eaten. Why, the reason why the bloodstains saw some seems to have disappeared. It's not her steak. Most importantly, the evidence that proves that once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counselor. But what exactly are you suggesting this tells us?
Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in this steak here amount to conclusive evidence of this case. As they prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? I wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought up before the court yet. It hasn't what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't not exist. It's absurd. This trial's run several hours already. You're saying there's evidence that haven't been brought forward? Can't be. I don't believe you. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone here who does. Someone in this very courtroom. Yes. That person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. It's all very mystery about this case.
Very well. Feeling this will be the last request of defense for this trial. Who possesses the evidence of this trial?
The inspector.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. Inspector Hasanaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? It's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with teeth marks.
Yes.
Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Osa told the court following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As we were admitting to stealing the court's coin, he told us that he was slipping it underneath the steak. You, watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. No, you're not. You said you were a low-rank officer. Sergeant Osa, can you confirm something for me? Was the steak you put on the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Teen, shut. Affirmative, of course. I'd be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign general lady if she would mind me manhandling her meat to hide something in it. In other words, the steak and the detective submitted as evidence earlier is the wrong one. In fact, Sergeant Osa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
And yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she ever have the opportunity to steal a coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest that thing will be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Seriously, you're not gonna suggest. And the sergeant switched the two steaks over.
Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, bang. When I saw a civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter would announce that there was an uncovered policeman, I thought I had it. So I had to investigate my slab of meat and be it. That'd be my marching orders. The cadet here was arrested for taking off with the kitchen, so I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one of the foreign ladies' table. What? Can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Rabble, rabble, rabble. However, fear not, prosecutor son. Why now? I swear on my brass buttons on the uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
As he said. So, if the sergeant also switched the plates over, it means that he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Osanaga? Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told me the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. So to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah, oh no. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate actually has on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. You can possibly tell us now. I mean, the cold slab of meat is tough meat, and the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're wriggling way out. In a way, were you wriggling out of this time, lady? I beg your pardon. Just getting furious. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why a steak pan promises to prove such a problem to you? No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked for that plate was confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers seeing. Quite sure where I saw Miss Brett. The side of the plate was directly behind Mr. Wilson. There was a clear spatter of blood and a gunshot wound from the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating on, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show us the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table of the incident. At once. Yes, sir. Let me go back to my car. Oh. Sorry for keeping you. A tiny little bit. See, not been down. Here's the other steak in his plate. Please feel free to examine it. Oh. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look. God, we're almost done with this first case.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see from the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto Hassan to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. But so your poison argument, even though that, your gunshot argument still works. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. The judge. That's right, Miss Jezebel Brett. It's you. Dot, dot, dot. The swan died. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! How darely these lowly Japanese look down on me. That swan is actually alive. And a chick. 3 more chicks. A black chick. She's dead. She died. Look at all the chicks. The black chick. And 2 on the judge. Oh, wow. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. And a swan shitted a bunch of eggs. Must be coming for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. ... Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for the very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment with the extraction of one of his teeth that morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. His curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course. Never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it should all be over. I would place the steak I ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? And he was alive. Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Make sure he was sitting in his chair so that he couldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan to spur of the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor has always carried a gun, so I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. I told you, we needed to strip her down. Under your skirt? So I was right, there was 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. And that's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. And placed where you were sure I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you went to bend down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally. The gunshot caused a commotion, at which the point of Raider appeared. Obviously, I assumed that Naruto Hado-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and I locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, we needed to make it look as the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. ... An English murder, another English. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot.
Your Excellency?
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
From jail? I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Naruhodo-san. No, you bitch, you're going to jail. You're going to fucking jail. The bailiff should have apprehended her right there.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Presumably the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be. Takeshi Auchi does not lose. He does not to the ones like this. Rookie student. You better start getting used to this tough opposition.
Ryosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes? This insult to the Auchi family name will never be forgotten. Who? What name? We don't care. You've become conceited with age, Consul. But the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. That is true. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. You move the fuck out the way. My hair! And that's how he became bald? He hit him from across the fucking room. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Auchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Straw in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter of the country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The use of evidence and induction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to a wider world. But the Western ideals of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. With new future law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi?
Yes?
After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything in a wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. ...
I understand. Your Excellency. Mission, huh? What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind.
As for you, Ryosuke Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential.
I like that beard, though.
I'm very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's time to deliver the final verdict. Hereby find the defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo, not guilty.
My hair. About fucking time. Damn, this case is long. And this was the first case. The first case is usually the shortest one.
This court is now adjourned.
From 6 o'clock to 11:30. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Law, Antechamber 5. Can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. The defendant myself have made it through that horrendous trial. Ryosuke. You pulled it off. Congratulations. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. I don't know, it was a pleasure to watch you work. And you owe me an extra large Suzuki's from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon, all your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for providing Naruto-san's innocence. Proving. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard to that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Oh, thank you so much. With that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. Simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Setsuzo Mikobora, Judicial Assistant to Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhoda, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, I should thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed a true criminal who took the life of a good friend. Oh yes, you mentioned that before. You actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. It's a British on British crime. So, is it really a crime? Professor Mikotoba studied himself overseas. He went to study forensic medicine at Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. That was a long time ago now. Besides... It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. Leads the world. Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course in law. Why don't you learn, my boy, see what's happened in the world's largest melting pot? I will. I'll learn all I can. This is sort of spirit of the Soggy clan. You're not taking that sword of Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. Blade shows me where I need to go. Cuts out anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. Cutting that prosecutor's hair. Reminds me, what happened to that woman? To Jezebel Brett, I mean, after all. She's guilty of murder? Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan within the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? It was a secret trial. Jezebel Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Osanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in that courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Let's congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? Yes, you can. But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. How would a consular court... Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. So as long as it's not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, can they invoke consular courts just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it does not justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. He comes from a rich family. Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Afraid that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Ministry of Affairs has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case to a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Because the British on British crime, no one cares. And it was a secret court. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. And this time, the great turmoil, the era is heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that a woman will receive that judgment that she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. I never did see when this era is taking place. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This scene calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Inosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start with some fun. Having some fun. In that case, might I suggest a carnival? As a head waiter, I should be delighted to prove you with ample food and drink. You're a detective on a saga, aren't you? Family call already. Not worry about the details for now.